Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. How are you? Please let me know if you can hear me. I don't know. I have a bit of time without make a live stream. So please maybe put something on the chat. Maybe one emoji. If you can hear me fine before I start everything. Okay. Nice. let me. I'm messing around here with a lot of windows. Nice, nice. Okay. So welcome. Thanks a lot to being here. I am really happy to finally make a content for this. I know that I have really a lot of time promising to do any kind of tutorial or whatever thing to share something about MOPs or Houdini. Okay. Well, I forgot to mention that my name is Carlos, Carlos Dordelly. I'm a 3D artist. I have my own studio called Dyne Studio here in Santiago of Chile for now. And yes, I originally planned to share one tutorial for this week about this same content, but for different reasons, I yesterday I just changed the plans to make a live stream instead. Okay, I think well, I apologize because I'm not feeling perfectly fine today. I think that I have flu. I hope that it's not COVID or something. So yeah, I will be drinking a lot of water. I have my cup of tea here. So yeah, maybe this will be also like a free session of SMR with the sounds of someone drinking water. Okay, let me. The schedule for today, I have planned something that I'm going to show you in a bit. I think that I will try to make this live for around maybe 2 hours. I will take like a short 5 or 10 minutes break each. Maybe I am putting the timer here on my phone to don't lose the time. Maybe around 50 minutes or 40 minutes. I don't know if you think that that's okay, just to have a little breaks in between, because we are going to have a lot of theory. Okay, here. Yes, we are going to have a lot of theory for multiple things, not only for Houdini. I have planned to share also some translation concepts between Houdini and Cinema 4D. So now let me change the screen for the video to my screen. Now let me know on the chat if you can see the screen, and also you can still hear me fine, please. You should see the MOPs website, and also my Notion application. Okay, nice. Okay. Well, yes, as I said, this is the original content that I wrote since maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm trying to cover a lot of things. As you can see, it's a lot. But today I'm not talk about everything. As I said, I'm going to still using this as a guide for what we're going to see today. But basically, we can split this content for today on these 4 categories at least. Let me put some numbers here. Okay, yes. We're going to see first some introduction concepts, what are packet primitives, how to install MOPs on a very quick way. I know that for some new Houdini users, the installation method for Houdini is far to be easy to understand. And yeah, after that, we are going to start to see some C4D comparison between MOPs. And after yeah, for the third content, we are going to start to see actually more specific nodes from MOPs. It has, let me use the pen here. As you can see here, there are a few categories about the MOPs nodes, and also MOPs have MOPs is free. Okay, MOPs, the regular MOPs is free. It's an open source toolkit, but there is a commercial extension for MOPs called MOPs Plus that basically have more tools and more nodes, pretty useful ones. We on the studio we use it a lot. We strongly recommend to use MOPs, the regular and the MOPs Plus. So yes, the idea if you will be if you think that it will be useful for you or for your needs, maybe just thinking about to buy it. Also to support the Henry, the developer behind mods, that I think that is still here to to put more pressure on the life. Yeah, for basically to support his work. It will be really nice. Okay, let me switch my screen and also move my guide from the other monitor. Other important thing, the original idea of this content was to share an introduction video or multiple shorter videos, I don't know, to encourage people to participate on this contest, the first MOPs contest called Summer of MOPs. Basically is you only need to create something, a loop animation for 10 seconds, I think. Yes, between 5 seconds and 30 seconds before the last of August, I think. Yes. Yes. So in theory, you only have 1 week to do something, but that will be the objective of this video. I will be really happy if you try to do something. Don't be afraid. Do whatever you want. I will be really happy if this video will help you to make it. Okay. So now let me switch to the camera a little bit. Of course, if you have any question, you can put it on the chat. I will check it between each. How often? So often, I don't know. But yes, of course, we can see your specific questions, what you have from each moment of the life. And now, okay. Okay. Well, welcome again. We're going now to start officially. As I said, MOPs are basically 2 toolkits for Houdini. They're the free and open source toolkit that have a lot of things, a lot of useful things to use, and the MOP Plus, the commercial version. Okay. There are a lot of things that works on the same way than Cinema 4D, and we saw that a lot of people are interested to make to learn Houdini, to make not necessarily to make a switch, right? But just to add Houdini to your software toolkit to do more complex things or whatever other things do you want to do to achieve with Houdini. One important thing, you don't need to have a really advanced experience to manage MOPs. MOPs is really easy to use. Obviously, you are going to need a basic experience with Houdini at least, pretty basic, I think. I usually recommend, I have here a few tabs with a few courses and content. For example, to learn the Houdini basics. Okay. For example, this one from Houdini in 5 minutes from Entagma is a pretty good one. You can find all the links that I'm going to mention here on the description below. And I forgot to to share my screen again. Okay, now you can see Moritz from Entagma. Okay. Houdini 5 minutes is a pretty nice introduction playlist to learn the Houdini basics. Other really nice free content is this one, Houdini 101 from Tim Van Heldisen. And also, if you are a Cinema4D user and you are on Grayscale Gorilla Plus subscription, you can also check this course too, the Introduction to Houdini, from Zachary Corsign. I think is the teacher. I forgot it. Those are the videos that I saw, but also I saw that other people recommends a few others, like Houdini and the Scary from 9 Between. This one looks pretty nice too. There is also other paid course from mograph.com called Stop Being Afraid of Houdini by Mark Fancher. And also, I really like the Houdini community. It's pretty kind on multiple platforms, and this group, the Houdini artist group, is pretty good. You can post you can ask for help directly or post your content or whatever. There is a lot of people, very gentle people, every day with a lot of knowledge to share and to help with a multiple kind of help that you need. Okay. There is also the official website from Side Effects, and they have this section called Learning Paths, where you can find a lot of multiple content type for different sections of Houdini. And from the same Facebook group, this is they share this document. I don't know. I know that they updated, keep it up to date, very. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, they updated this document very often. As you can see here, they shared a lot of links, a lot of multiple stuff for VFX, modeling, abstract stuff in Houdini, a lot of things. Okay. But also, and last but not least, the most important ones can be the where we can find MOPs content. We can find MOPs content here on the Houdini School. They have this course for MOPs. The teacher is Henry, the developer for MOPs. Okay, here you can find the content of the course here, and also you can on the same. Let me go to the website. Okay, on the same website here on the on this button from GitHub, you can open it. If you scroll down a bit, you will find this little section with multiple links. The first one is one of the most useful ones. Is this the wiki? The wiki site it is basically the manual of MOPs. You can see a lot of tutorials and the description of every MOPs node, as I'm showing you right now. Also here you can see the MOPs Plus nodes also. So if you want to take a look to a few MOPs from a few nodes for the commercial version, you can do it directly here to evaluate if you want to buy it or not. It have a lot of videos and descriptions for everything. So yeah, I think that you have a lot of homework here. Let me close these tabs. I'm going to to use the Henry presentation from the Houdini Hive as a background for now, because I'm going to install one meme from him that he used on the presentation. Okay, I see that someone already saw the course of Mark Fancher, the Stop Being Afraid of Houdini. I want to see that course in some time. I really love how what Mark does. It have a pretty nice content. He also shared some, I think that 2 weeks ago. Let me this little course for the Redshift usage in Houdini, and it's pretty good one. If you are a C4D artist that use Redshift, you definitely need to see this free course from him. It's a pretty good one. Okay. Now give me 1 second to drink a bit of tea. Okay, sorry for these little breaks. Now let me switch to the camera again to talk a bit about something. Okay, also you will find on the description from this video that I also shared a lot of I think 5 libraries similar to MOPs with a lot of useful things. I can find it. I already have it here. Okay, yes. Well, the best library will be this one, the Dyne. This is my custom library. Actually, not this is. I need to update a lot of things from my library, but I just like to share it once I can. I also have this little Gumroad page in case you want to support what I do also. I think that right now the only useful node that I have or I can offer is this one, the Dyne focal point. It's a pretty good one, but also certainly you maybe should have the side effects labs. This is a pretty nice toolkit from officially from the side effects team, the creators and the owners from Houdini. There is also this library, Audi Tools. This library is huge, have a lot of things, so it's other pretty useful ones. And the last 2 are pretty good too. The AElib from Nick Taylor and QLib. And to don't waste time on that, I'm going to say that those libraries are pretty cool for multiple things, not only for motion design approaches, or you can also use it for VFX things. Okay, now let's start talking about this, and let me find the image or the meme that I mentioned from Henry. I think that I closed the window. It should be around here. Okay, here. Okay, this meme. Houdini making hard things easy and easy things hard. The thing with Houdini is that yes, it can handle the kind of geometry that we usually use for mograph stuff, also called packet primitives. If you don't know what is a packet primitive is basically a point that will represent a geometry. And Tagma have a pretty nice video about this, explaining the usage of the packet primitives. But yeah, in one line is a point that represents a geometry, and that representation, to describe that representation, the point will need multiple attributes. Just to know how which will be the size of that geometry, the orientation of that geometry, and the kind of attributes that basically we use for to construct the position, scale, and rotation from the geometries. Okay. Of course, that you can manage a packet geometry directly with the default Houdini tools, but it's a bit cumbersome. It's a bit complicated sometimes, and if you pay attention to a few to other studio presentations from other people's, you maybe will notice that some of them have their own custom tools to manage these kind of things. So because basically everyone doesn't want to start to make a really complex operation just to rotate an object, right? You just to have a fallope or like a mask to control the orientation from an object. Let me now goes to Houdini to show you how Houdini handles this by default. Okay, and this is the first hint. Cinema 4D also have packet geometry. It understands as packet geometry when you have when you use the mograph cloner, or when you use the I forgot the name, the fracture object. It will interpret each object as a packet geometry. I think that I already have an example for this. Let me see if I put it on Eagle. Yes, this one. Because I didn't have the time to move everything to my library on Eagle. Let's wait for a few seconds. Okay, here. I have this comparison between the regular Houdini tools and the regular Houdini workflow and the MOPs workflow. Okay, I have here. I'm going to make it from scratch just to show you, and after that, I'm just going to use the example that I have for reference. I'm going to use my peak head, the default peak head, and the object, okay, the node to make let's say on quotes the same operation than the cloner object will be this one, the copy to points. But like the name said, it will copy the geometry into points. So we are going to need some points to copy the geometry. So I am going to create this grid here. Let me change the size, because basically, okay, this one. Basically, I'm going to use the points from my geometry here. I enable the point visibility here with this button. I'm going to copy the peak head into the points of the geometry. So I just need to connect the nodes here. And here we can see that we have a few things. We obviously have other orientation. We have our peak head here by default, looking to the C direction or X. Yes, C direction. And also, if I enable again the points, I can see all the points from my geometry. Okay, so that will mean if I, for example, I use a noise. I always forgot the new name of the mountain node, but this one, the attribute noise. I will be able to deform my geometry to still have the access to per point per geometry. If I make the effect more noticeable, okay. But pretty similar to Cinema 4D, you on this node you will need to say or to enable the instance conversion. Okay, you will find it on this button here. Call it back an instance. And now you can see that I don't have the access to the point level deformation anymore. I also, if I increase the position of the noise influence, nothing happened. And that's because now I have my geometry. If I press the middle button of the mouse, I can see that now this window say that I only have 16 points. Okay, instead of, let me disable this. And now again, instead of 46 thousands of points. And that's because if I enable this point again and press the W key to see my wireframe, I'm going to see that I have a few points on the center of the peak heads. I can see it here, 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 etc. That's my pivot point, and that's why I was saying about there are points, only points that will represent a geometry. And that's the basic the basic workflow about how to manage a packet geometry here with the default Houdini methods. For example, now also if you want to make some operations with it, I can use I can do it with a MOPs transform modifier. Obviously, this is a MOPs node to rotate my peak heads. Actually, it's smart enough to fix the orientation without doing nothing. But if I change, I obviously I can change the PSR, the position value, the rotation, and the rotation value also, angle, and the scale, whatever, etc. But on this workflow, you are going to make the points edition, let's say, before the copy to points node, because it's like you are preparing your points or preparing your attributes actually, because if I press the middle click here, I can see that I have a few attributes that defines the PSR data of the points. I see that I have a orient attribute, the position, the P scale, and the scale. And that's how in this case, the copy to points node will know how will be each clone or each instance of the geometry. Now let me leave this by default, and now let me do the same thing with MOPs in this quick, maybe not so quick comparison. As I said, I'm going to show you later, like with more detail, each MOPs, each node of MOPs. As you can see, I have on my tab menu, I have this category from MOPs, also the same for MOPs Plus, and I have this section called generators, and I have this node called instancer. I'm going to use it. Basically, this is a node that are going to replicate your cloner object. Okay, you will find a very similar parameters on it that I'm going to tell you later. But for now, this is just for a quick reference. Here on the distribution section, I just need to leave it by default on the grid mode and define how many clones I'm going to have on this distribution and increase the distance. Okay, so basically I have the same thing down here. Okay, and now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to add a transform modifier, but this is more intuitive because, as you can see, I will start to stacking my operation on the same vertical way with my nodes and not before the copy to points node. So we can say that it works on a smaller, similar way than Cinema 14. Okay. Obviously, it will start to happen the same thing: the expected behavior, the rotation, scale, whatever. Okay. There is also other useful node. You can see we can create it very quickly here, call it MOPs randomize. And as you maybe can expect with the name, you can do randomization for multiple things, also for the PSR attributes or for other kind of attributes, like the color. Obviously, if I enable this, you can see it. This will be like the random effector in Cinema 4D. Also, I have this multiplier on this. This is my range of values to create the randomizations. Okay, and for example, for the color, I'm going to change the mode to set because I can't add more color than white. And I need to, of course, increase my value and also my saturation. And let me say that my value will be between 0.8 and my saturation will be 1. And now I have a random seed for colors and whatever. Okay. That's it. Let me know if you have any question for now. I'm going to drink a bit of tea. Something important to mention is that the usage of MOPs doesn't mean that we never are going to use the default methods that Houdini have. Sometimes, depending on the case, obviously, you can do a more quicker things with this node, with the copy to points, or for example, with the copy and transform. Let me connect this node to show it very quickly. And this is more like a linear copies for multiple things. And I have the same button to enable the package instance. But yes, don't get me wrong. The idea is not like a forget forever of the factory nodes. They still will be useful for some cases. Okay, what other thing before I start to show you the Cinema 4D stuff? Remember that you can put your questions if you have one for now. Actually, other important thing to mention is that the MOPs won't work only in packet geometry. MOPs can work also in common non-packet geometry. I can show you something about it later, but it's thing like it's pretty similar to say that the plane effectors or the Cinema 4D effectors can work also on polygon geometry and not only on mograph objects. It's basically the same thing. Okay, well, if we don't have two questions for now I'm going to show you how to install MOPs. Maybe it will be nice to show you that first. But okay, because I want to do it very quickly, that's why I think that it doesn't matter in which moment I will show you. Let me find. No, sorry. Let me show you directly from the website. Sorry. Okay, you are here on the website. You saw this very awesome video of MOPs or of the presentation of Henry, and now you want to use it. Okay, you are going to go to the website and obviously press on download now on GitHub. If you never use GitHub, probably this interface can be a bit weird for you, but it's okay. If you notice, there is only two buttons or two sections on the website with color that highlighted with color. you can see this button here is green, and also this section here. Okay, this button is for download the current version of the code that you are going to see here. Okay, and this section here, you can find multiple releases of whatever you are going to download, because this is not only for MOPs. MOPs and other tools have their libraries here on GitHub. Usually MOPs have more updates on the experimental branch than or experimental releases rather than stable releases. To find that that version, you can do it directly here. If you press here the master branch, you can switch it to the experimental branch, and just press this button here and click on download zip. The other method will be press here on the releases, and you can see the history of the latest releases of the code or the library, actually, because obviously it can be code or files or example or whatever. And now you only need to press the title of the version of your desired version and download the zip. I'm going to download the zip. Let me put it on my downloads folder. Someday. Let me open the folder manually. Okay. I think that I forgot to, it's a bit late, but I forgot to enable the recording of the of the live stream. Okay. I have the folder here. Now I just need to unzip it. And let me delete, no, let me unzip it again, because to avoid the double folder. Okay. Now we are talking. Now we have here our folder. Maybe it would be a nice idea to change the name, just to leave it like MOPs. And for install things in Houdini, I strongly recommend to use the package method. There are two different ways to install stuff in Houdini, but I'm going to talk only about the package method. To install stuff in Houdini with that method, you are going to need to have one file called JSON, or not, sorry, with the files with JSON format. That format or those files will tell to Houdini where he can find libraries, and those libraries can be plugins, files, a lot of things. Okay, so for example, you only need to find your Houdini preference folder here on your documents. You will look up for your current Houdini version, in this case the latest 19.5, and if you can see the package folder, you only need to create it by hand. So it's okay if you can have if you can see that folder. Now I open it. Of course, that I'm going to download to delete my original file. And now I'm going to copy this JSON file. You can see here that I forgot to say, but yes, some libraries, MOPs in this case, put the default JSON file on the content of the library. So you can simply copy the file and ready. Now open the file, because you are going to need to edit it. You can do it with Notepad, Word, or whatever text editor do you use. I have in this case Visual Studio Code, and you can see that you can find these maybe complicated lines where you are not going to understand anything of this, but it's okay. You only need to pay attention for the fourth line, actually. Or like always, you will need to pay attention for the line that contains a path. Because you will need to put here your path of whatever place you are going to put your libraries. That's because you can, yeah, basically that you can have your libraries on whatever you want on your disk. For example, I'm going to cut the MOPs folder from here, from my downloads folder. I'm going to move it from my to my C disk because I can. I have all my stuff on the C disk, but this is just for a demonstration purpose. Okay, so just delete the original path that Henry have on the example file, but you if you are on Windows, you will also need to change the direction of the slashes. Probably you are going to have the backslashes, and you can see here that my text editor is telling me that is something wrong on the path. I just only need to change the backslashes to forward slash and save it. Make sure that you save the file again and close it. And yeah, that's all that you need to do. Now let me also restart Houdini. That I should do that with Houdini closed, but you get the point. Let me close this one too and open it again. And everything should work. And let me read the chat in the meantime. Okay, well, I'm seeing that Henry also added a useful information about the example that I was showing you before. Okay, and now Houdini is open. I can create a geometry node, and I can see my MOPs folder here. Just like before, I have everything. That's basically how you can install MOPs on maybe 4 steps, I don't know. And if I want to, sorry, if I want to confirm where MOPs is actually installed, I can open this button here on the about, on the Houdini about, enable the show details, and now this window are going to show you the values of a lot of things of Houdini. Let's say like that, but you're going to see here a lot of technical things, but we are only interested to see the values or where the libraries are located. For example, I have here, now I am the section on the desired section. I have here my Dyne library. I can see the location of the library, and the same thing for other custom variables for multiple libraries. And not all of them are libraries, but that's a talk for other day. Now I'm going to look for the MOPs value. Okay, and here is it. You can see that MOPs is loading it from the C disk. Instead of the of this path where I have the MOPs Plus and the MOPs test. Yes, from the MOPs testing grounds. Okay, basically you can have a lot of custom libraries here too. So don't pay attention to that for now. Okay, let me now find one slide. Some slides that I created for this class. Obviously, try to put your libraries on a nice disk. Don't put your stuff on a pretty shitty disk and slower, because obviously that are going to slow the startup time from Houdini. No, here slides. now let's start with the Cinema 4D section. But I am seeing that I already have 40 minutes since we started, so maybe this is a good moment to make a little break, because we are going to switch the section. Okay, so yeah, take this opportunity to stretch your legs, like Hugo Guerra said on his streamings. Let me find the OBS. Okay, maybe let's do it from for 10 minutes. Let's talk in 10 minutes. Let's still talking in 10 minutes. I'm going to continue with the Cinema 4D section. Obviously, please, if you have any question for now, feel free to put it on the chat section. Let me change here for the camera. There is no more question for now, but obviously I can read your questions when I go back. So yeah, be right back, guys. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Are you still here? Let me know in the chat. I put something. I took the opportunity to put something on my throat to to try to speak a bit better. Okay, nice. Okay, before continue with the C4D section now, I'm going to answer something three points that I was talking with my brother during the break. Some important questions I think that maybe some users can have. The first one is why do we use MOPs? I trying to make the answer very simple. I think that I can say that we use MOPs because it makes our life in Houdini way easier. Okay, we can do very complex stuff or not necessarily to complex things. We can make easy things quicker, more efficient. So basically, that's the better part of MOPs. It will improve your workflows, your everyday workflow, not only for motion graphic stuff, also for VFX things. Okay, so definitely you will need to take a look to MOPs, and that's my recommendation and my advice. I have a lot of years doing 3D, maybe around, I forgot, 8 years, nine years, something like that. I know that there are people with more years, but it's just to make a point that to hear this advice. Okay. Also, if you definitely want to learn Houdini, you can see it like a you will save time to do your work stuff or commercial projects. Meanwhile, you are learning other Houdini parts or sections. Okay, that I can say that's the reason. Other important. One person asked me today on Instagram the typical question: if Houdini is really difficult to learn. I think that yes and no. Okay. I answered this question like if you need to to create a cube, that will be easy to do on every DCC application, right? It will be something really easy and stupid to do on Cinema 4D, 3ds Max, Maya, etc., etc. So basically, that depends a bit. What I'm trying to say with that is it will depend on your needs. So take that in mind. If you want to learn Houdini, it will be difficult for difficult things. Sometimes for easy things, as I said at the beginning of the live. But that's the point. You can have like external toolkits and tricks and whatever to solve the challenge that you can have for whatever you need to do. Because obviously, if you need to do something very complex in Cinema 4D, that will be really difficult to do also. It's not depending on the software. It will be depending based on what do you need to do. And the last question, and with this one, I'm going to switch again my camera to the screen. Is how do I know if I installed MOPs or something correctly? Because obviously this will be the same thing with other tools. But the most easy way, there are two easy methods to see if mods are correctly installed. The first one will be here on the shelves. You can click on this little plus icon and look for the MOPs shelf. Okay. If you can't see the shelf, something is wrong in your installation. The second method will be let me delete this geometry, no? And do it again. The second method will be just to create a geometry node. Let me hide this. I hate the shelf bar. And look for the MOPs category. If you can see the category, everything should be fine. And obviously try to create a node. The third one can be if you see that Houdini complains about something when on the startup, something can be wrong. Okay, now let's continue with the schedule, with the delayed schedule. How I can okay, now I have the full screen. Okay. Let me know if you have other questions on the chat, remember? Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. I tried to make this concept about the translation from Cinema4D to Houdini from the bigger parts of their workflows to more smaller or specific things of the workflow. Okay, that's why the first slide is called workflow. Basically, here I have the same thing on both softwares, and on this case they are almost identical, and there is a very important difference between the MOPs workflow and the Cinema4D workflow, and it's where you can put your falloffs, or in the case of Cinema4D, the fields object. Okay. Now let's do that example pretty quick. You know, if I okay, I have the folder here. Let me import the big head geometry. Okay. You know, if I have here my geometry and I put it here on a cloner object, the first thing that I'm going to use to do is change the distribution to grid array, and I have it like this. And if I'm going to start to do custom things, I can create my effectors. If you don't know how to pop up this window here, you can do it with Shift and C. It's pretty useful. It's let's say, yeah, a bit similar to the tab menu from Houdini. I can create my plane, and on the plane I can create, on the falloff section, I just need to create my linear field, and this is ready. Now I can change the direction for them to point it into the C direction, C positive actually. Let's first analyze why what is happening here in Cinema4D. I have my custom geometry, my original geometry. I put it as a child of my cloner object. So my cloner object is returning my packet geometry. And we can understand that it's a packet geometry because as I make on the example, actually right now it's not packet geometry. Let me maybe create this twist effect. This will be really quick because I didn't have planned to show you this. And as you can see here, we have the per point deformation using this twist deformer, similar to what we saw before with the copy to points workflow. But as soon as I change the instance mode to render instance or multi-instance, that I think that always should be on multi-instance because that's the one that have a better performance. It's doing something very weird actually, because that should not happen on my test. Okay, well, don't worry. let's understand that this is a geometry, and each clone have their index, their IDs, and of course I can edit it with the linear field. I was saying that the technical process of what is happening here, I have my cloner, and after my cloner, I am adding the plane effector to the cloner. The plane effector is doing some operation, in this case, changing the y value to 100 centimeters. Obviously, I can change the scale, etc., etc. And I mask the plane effector, or what is happening on the plane effector with the field object, using this three-dimensional mask, right? Now let's do the same thing in Houdini. We have our peak head. We have, let me disable the UVs. I have, let's create our MOPs instancer. And so far, until now, we have the same workflow. We have our original geometry. We connect the geometry into this generator that is creating the multiple instances or the multiple clones. I'm going to change the mode. I always prefer the fixed number. And I have my clones. How many I use it here? 3 by 3. Okay, change it to 3 by 3 grid. And now, in this case, I create my transform modifier, change the Y position. But this is what I mentioned, that this is a crucial difference between both applications. I'm not going to create the fall-off. If you write, for example, fall-off, you can see that MOPs have a lot of fall-off nodes. And for the linear operation, I can use the shape fall-off because it's a shape. If I connect the shape fall-off before the transform modifier, I can change the name if you want to a better understanding. Vector. And this will be my linear. I have my linear. You can see it on the viewport. I have that viewport representation of it. I also can enable this button here, the preview fall-off, to see what he is actually doing. And Y is not masking the effect, and that's the thing. In Houdini, we are always been working with common attributes, with common Houdini attributes. And also with points, because don't forget that, as I mentioned before, the packet primitives are points. So I can still doing point operations directly on my clones, because they will react for those nodes or for those effects that I'm going to do. That will mean that the fall-off is another a common attribute. If I press the middle click here, I can see my, if you press the middle click with the control, also you can see, you can have this pop-up window without disappear. Sorry. I can see my point attributes, and I have, right now I have 13 attributes. I have the CD attribute, that's the default color value for the viewport. I have an ID attribute. I have multiple attributes that the MOPs instancer create, okay? But as you can see here, I started with 12 attributes, but now on the shape fall-off, I have 13. And that's because now I have this attribute called MOPs fall-off. And that's the data that we want to use to use it as a mask. It's basically a float value from 0 to 1. It's a basic mask. You can understand it like that. Here, if I open, I have this window here hidden. But I have the geometry spreadsheet. This is a very powerful window for Houdini, where you can see and analyze all the data behind your geometry. Okay, and in this case, I have 9 points, and you can see I have my 9 points described here, and which value of each attribute have each point. Imagine, let me switch to Cinema 4D again. Let's imagine that, for example, we can have it not exist in Cinema 4D, but it's like we have one window to tell us like this pickhead have a 0 influence of the linear field, this pickhead have a 0.5, and the last one have 1 value on the mask. Okay. That's the important thing to understand. I think that if you have a pretty understanding of how the attributes work and the groups work in Houdini, you are ready to do a lot of things without actually know how to do things. What this means, that you can use attributes to make stuff or to edit it. If I press again the transform modifier, I almost say the plane effector. I can see that this little section here have this button enabled called do fall off, asking me which attribute it can use for fall off. For default, obviously, is the same MOPs fall off, and that's why we need the attribute needs to exist before the transform modifier, because the transform modifier will need to have the fall off value to do the mask operation. So if I put now the shape fall off here and now enable the visibility on the transform modifier, now I have correctly my effect. Let me change here the orientation. One little thing. As you can see, because I have the display flag, this little button here for visibility, enabled on the transform modifier, I can see actually the field. That will be also a difference between what you are what you can see on Cinema 4D compared to Houdini. If you want to see the handle or the guide, the viewport guide of the linear field, you will need to press to activate the handle mode, this little button here with the 3 axes, or the shortcut will be the enter on your keyboard. Now it will create it will shows the handle of the node that you have selected. For example, here I have the transform handle of the transform modifier. Okay, but if I select the shape fall off without change the display flag, I can see my linear field here, and obviously I can do whatever I want with it. Okay. I think that, for example, a little shootout that I can put here is the usage of the MOPs transform. There is a let's say standalone transform node that you can have here. I don't remember if this one have a handle, but I think that it have. Okay, yes. If you don't like this visibility, because I'm going to put the display flag here. If I select other node with the handle mode activated, probably Houdini will show you the wireframe of that node. Okay. And if you are on the transform modifier and you select the linear fall off, you can see that the wireframe of that state also appear. If you don't want to see it, you can put this transform modifier, this transform fall off node, and connect it into the second input of the shape fall off. If I put my mouse over the node, I can see that a little description appear that say that that input is for the fall-off transform. I can see it here, a little pop-up here, and also at this on this bottom section. That kind of thing are pretty useful to understand what kind of input the nodes are expecting. So yeah, now I can just put this, edit the transform of this, of the shape fall-off or the linear fall-off, if you don't want to see the wireframe of the geometry. Okay, I can delete it. That's, as I said, that's the bigger difference between in the workflow between both applications. Yeah, I think we don't have any answer for now. Let's continue to the next point. Instance properties. Now give me 1 second. Okay, the instance properties. I also already mentioned a bit of this because, as I said, we don't have in Cinema 4D like one window that will bring us the data that is happening on each clone. But certainly each clone have a bit more multiple kind of data to manage. For example, the index. You can enable the index visibility here, from none to index. Sorry. Maybe you can see a bit. Let me delete the materials. Okay, maybe you can see the numbers here. They are pretty small, but I hope that you can see it on the streaming. But if I change the the view, I can see my numbers more clearly here, or more or less. In Cinema 4D, you have the index, the color data, also the weight, and the mograph UV. Not that is not the geometry UV. That's a other thing. But yeah, that's only basically the playground that you have to manage in Cinema 4D. I don't know why. Because I changed it to UV. Okay. In Houdini, as I said, I have behind those packet geometry, there are still basic points or common points. That will mean that you can have whatever attribute that you want to have, and that's really powerful. For example, yeah. Okay, the ID attribute. I mentioned it here on the slide. The ID attribute is one of the most important things to have MOPs working, because the ID attribute, the ID attribute will help so to a few tools to understand which instance is which one. Someone is calling me on my cell phone, but I don't know who it is. Okay, I was telling you about the ID attribute. If I press the middle click here, I can see my attributes: the ID, the MOPs fall-off, MOPs index, and so on and so on. For example, there is a pretty useful node called fall-off from attribute. And this node will give us a fall-off value or fall-off mask based on an attribute, and the default parameter of that this node have is the ID. If I press the preview fall-off, I can see that it's giving me like stepping mask value per instance. If I enable this button here, I can see the ID of my points. But also press W. Let me put this window bigger. I can see that this picket is the 0. This one is the 1. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., etc., etc. So that's pretty useful also. And I can create falloff or use multiple IDs or directly without this node. But the point is that we can use Houdini, standard Houdini attributes for whatever you want. For example, if let me disable this, the wireframe view. If I change the falloff name to mask, now I don't have the, well, there is a default MOPs falloff value by 1, but I have now my attribute called mask here. Okay. And now if I create a MOPs transform modifier and increase or maybe reduce my scale, right now it's not working because the MOPs transform modifier is looking for the MOPs falloff value. And we created our falloff, in quotes, called mask instead of MOPs falloff. So I just need to change here the value to mask. And now I have it. Now I have the same effect like I was doing the step effector in Cinema 4D. If I create here a step effector, I have the same thing. Obviously, I need to change the. Okay, there you have it. Because internally the step effector is doing the same operation, is reading the ID value, or in case of Cinema 4D, the index value of each clone, and multiplying the value per clone or per instance. So that's why maybe sometimes you don't have you won't have the same name of the tool from Cinema 4D in Houdini, but you can have the same operation in another way. That's also another important thing to understand. Let's continue. The instance data. This one can be can give us a lot of things to talk, but basically is most to understand how easy it can be to read the data that the clones have or our package geometries have to do multiple things. If we want, for example, change the index, change one clone of my clones, of if, for example, I want to use my clones to create a field or a falloff mask over other surface or thing. Sorry. Is more to understand that. Let me show you. Well, actually, I don't know how we are on time. Yes, we are fine. I'm thinking about if maybe I can show you the index example or the mask example. Maybe okay, I know. Let me open one Houdini, one Cinema file. Okay, let's imagine that do you want to replace one of your cloners or use one of your data from your cloners to do other thing. My friend Jesus Suarez have a really nice tip for this. Let me look for the tutorial very quick. But again, this will be depending of what do you need to do. This one. Easy control different clones with only one cloner in Cinema 4D. In this case, as you can see, he is controlling the indexing values of the clones using the black and white information. This is a very clever solution in this case. If you want to change multiple instances of the cloner. But I think that what happens if you want to change, for example, only this one, and you need to put a more complex object here, not only like a geometry, but probably a geometry with a particle simulation or a cloud simulation or whatever. Maybe can be a bit heavy to put the entire complex object as a child just to using only in one index. Okay. So first, I'm going to show you how to do something a bit similar to this, to the index operation with falloffs, because basically this is a falloff value with what he is doing here. And after that, how we can replace only one packet geometry from our instances. As Jesus mentioned also in his video, the other kind of solution to do this is with the Expresso nodes in C4D. Those are the visual scripting language from Cinema, where you can read directly the data from the cloner object. After that, you need to create a data node to define the index of the clone from to read the PSR data or the matrix data from the clone. In this case, for example, I'm extracting the orientation value from it. Okay, well, that's the thing. Let me now go to Houdini. Let me now introduce the MOPs index from attribute. And for example, I'm going to do this in 2 clones. Maybe, I don't know. Let me check the chat if you have a question for now. No, okay, we're okay. Because this will be a nice example to show you that basically inside of the packet geometry everything is points and nothing more. Let's imagine that we have a more custom distribution, like a whatever this grid is. Yes, this grid, and this is just to create a very quickly distribution, not perfectly distribution of points. Okay, I'm going to thinking right now on the points inside of this cube. Now I'm going to create this add node, because everyone say that this is counterintuitive, that with the add node we can delete all the geometry and keep only the points. So that's what I want. Sorry. And now let's say that I'm going to create which other falloff I can use. That's it, the same shape falloff. Okay, I have here my falloff. I'm going to enable the preview falloff. I can barely see my points here in this time because they are points and sometimes can be a bit harder to see. I can go to the falloff preview and enable this option here called display as a sprite. Now this node is showing me the points like those spheres, reference spheres, to understand what is happening. I'm going to rotate this thing here. Yeah, let's do it directly from the. Okay, now I have my falloff. I'm going to disable the preview. this is the node that that will help us to define the distribution of the clone. It's called MOPs index from attribute. I'm going to connect it, and nothing happened. And because these are not going to create anything visually, it will create a pretty important attribute called MOPs index, as you can see it here. And let me create a null node because I'm going to use it as a reference from my other instancer. And I'm going to, I don't know, call it out points to copy. Sorry. And on the option from the index from attribute, I can see a few fields. The first section is asking us about which is the range of our original attribute. We are using the mod falloff, and because it's a default falloff, the range will be between 0 and 1. And here is asking how many index we are going to use for the attribute distribution. We can leave it like for 3. So basically, I'm going to, I don't know, have some pighead on this section, other geometry here, and other geometry here. That's why I created the falloff on this direction. Okay, now let me work on this instancer. Now I'm going to need more geometry. I'm going to use this other geometry, the rubber toy geometry. I'm going to disable the shader on both. And I'm going to need other geometry, maybe a cube. Of course, I have now my basic grid that I did before, but now, in this case, I'm going to change the distribution type. I'm going to change it to mesh. Now it is asking us about the template object. I can drag my points, my reference points. Nothing still happened because I need to change the scatter the distribution method from scatter to points. And now I have it. One last thing that I need to do, because right now the sorting, no, sorry, here, the indexing mode is random. So I basically have a random distribution from my instances. To use the MOPs index that I created, I just need to change the random distribution type to point attribute. And you can see that the MOPs index is the default one. So one interesting thing here will be that I can also still editing the falloff, and everything will be procedural. So let me change here this, change the distribution to a 10 by 10 grid, for example. And I'm going to change this falloff to yeah, to other shape falloff. But now with a sphere shape. You can see that you can change the shape here to spherical. I'm going to enable the display flag on the points, enable the preview falloff, change the radius to have a better range. Maybe, yes, let me enable the sprites to see something. Every falloff node have this tab, this, well, I didn't spoke yet about the noise tab, but I'm going to mention the remap tab. Basically, it does what you expect, remap the falloff information, so I can contrast a bit the falloff data. Now I can disable the sprites if I don't want to see it, and I have the distribution. And I changed this because I just want to show you one MOPs Plus node, a pretty cool node called MOPs waveform. And sorry, this node will will create waveforms, shapes, animation based on the input data that you define. Okay, it's pretty useful for multiple things. Obviously, the default parameter will act more like a sine value animation. As you can see, let me enable again the sprites. You can see it here. But that's not what I want. I want to do the sine wave animation on the MOPs falloff attribute. That will mean that I'm going to animate the mask value or the falloff value to have a sine wave animation on the mask. And that value will be converted into our indexing value. Let me do it to be more clear. MOPs, and I need to change the input and output value because I need to tell the node to work on my MOPs falloff. And on the viewport, we can see that nothing's changed. And that's because this node is not updating the color attribute in viewport. For that, we can use other pretty useful node from MOPs called MOPs preview falloff. And enable the display flag. And now we have this animation. If we enable the display flag on the MOPs instancer, now we are going to have like an interesting animation on the indexing values of the clones. And I have a lot of options here to change the waveform shape and time, multiple things. For example, I can change the speed, the time scale to, I don't know, 5 or 10 to have a more interesting behavior. Let me show you a little commercial, a real project usage of that. I have it. We have it here. We use it, that trick on this project. In one animation, more like this. Here. Okay, here. As you can see here on this video, we have a lot of oranges and ice cubes moving away from the same shape, concentrical. It's funny because I am doing right now the shape with my hands, but I forgot that you can see the camera right now. Okay. That was the first example of this type of usage. Now let's delete this. Let me change again my distribution mode to grid. Let's do other one. Let's do honeycomb, just for why not? Okay, and now let me also change the distribution type to random, but I'm going to delete to remove, sorry, the rubber toy from the MOPs instancer input. And let's do something, right? Because we should have something here to show. I'm going to randomize the position in the y-axis. I also can randomize the x and y values and can randomize the orientation. Maybe not too much. Change the seed and also the uniform scale. That's usually the setup that we use. But let's bring this thing to life. Let's add a noise modifier. As you can see, nothing happening right now. This is adding noise, static noise to the position. Sorry. And I can enable the time varying option from the noise properties. And now I have it. I can, for example, reduce the time scale, reduce the roughness, reduce a bit the frequency of the noise, and also enable the rotation. And now I have a pretty nice floating field of objects. We do this distribution a lot of time in our videos. Let me, for example, show you another real commercial project. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Looks like talk without a break too many times is not good. Okay, look at this example. This is a project that we delivered the last month, I think. Let me disable this. For example, the client wanted to get inside of the cooler, and inside of it, it will be like a frozen world with a lot of cans floating. So that's basically the same thing that I already did. Let me see if I have other interesting thing to show you from this video. No, there is nothing. There is no other thing. Okay, so let's continue. What we can do to replace the some geometries? No, that's not necessarily to do with MOPs. Actually, since Houdini 19, I think there is a pretty cool node called pack inject. It does what you expect. It will inject your new geometry into the selection that you define, or on the entire packet primitives. I'm going to enable the visibility. And now, as you can see, everything is the rubber toy. Here, I have only two options. I have this group field to make a selection, and if I want to pack the input source, right? And I want to pack it because here the rubber toy is an open geometry. It's a common geometry with his points. And now let me create a selection here. I press this little icon here, and for example, I just want to replace this big head from here with the rubber toy. It's almost ready. It technically works, but not at the 100%. If you will need to do the same thing with more precision, it will be a nice idea to have all geometry on the aligned into the center of the geometry, and also they should have the same scale, right? Because if not, that won't match. For example, I can use this node called match size, and you can see immediately the rubber toy position was changed. Let me enable the rubber toy here, and if I enable the multi-view, I can see from different view that the rubber toy right now is a little bit it's not centered. To say the same thing more quickly. And with the match size, I can center the geometry, the translation of the geometry from each axis. So if I enable this, now the rubber toy is correctly centered. Now, if I press here, the only one thing left to do is to center also the pig head, because the pig head, if I check it, is a bit down from the floor origin. And the MOPs instancer have a nice built-in solution for that. If I select the MOPs instancer and on the instancing tab, I can look for the this first section. I can find like how can I say it? The base data from each geometry or for each clone or instance. I can see that I have here this menu is telling us that we have two instances object. We can see it here. We can see the name. Here we have the test geometry pixel 1 and also the box 2. Okay, both have the same name. And if I open the options menu, I have multiple parameters basically to do or to change the original. Let me enable the visibility here. Basically to change the original PSR data from the node. And the option that we want is here, is this one, the center instance. It will automatically center or fix the alignment of the instance. Now let me close that option, and now let's check the pack inject. I can enable the template preview to see the wireframe of my previous state here, and here this little purple button. And now I can see that they are sharing a better, with a better precision, the position of the rubber toy. Okay. Now let me. Okay. Well, glad that you like the the MOPs randomized node. Okay. I'm going to do, I think, one more thing before the next break. I need it. Because after that, I only have the one more thing to show you from this section. But what if which other method we can use for replace the geometry? Let's say, for example, what do we know? We know that we have multiple packet geometries. And each packet geometry have their own data, the position, scale, and ID, etc. Sorry. So in theory, we should be able to copy the same data from one of these geometry to other. Right now, well, actually, to be honest, since Houdini 19, I usually use the pack inject node, but just to show you more and more options, because as you probably know, Houdini have like 1,000 of ways to do the same thing. So you can select which method you want to use. Let's create again our rubber toy. And now I'm going to actually copy my or create a new MOPs instancer. In this case, I don't need too much to move anything here from the position data or orientation or for that, because I'm going to grab everything from my other stream. Now, but the only thing that I'm going to need is to have the same amount of points or clones. In this case, I have 25 from a 5x5. Yes, from a 5x5. And there is a node called MOP apply attributes. I'm going to talk a bit more later about this node, but basically it will apply your intrinsic attributes or the packet geometry attributes, or the most important ones, from one stream to another. But for do that, you will need to have an ID match for it. For example, now let me copy my rubber toy stream for this on the first input, and I'm going to copy to connect, sorry, the MOPs randomized node into the MOPs into the second input from the MOPs apply attributes. And now, if I enable the visibility, the node is extracting the position data actually not extracting, it's reading the position, scale, and rotation data from this stream from this other. And well, this can have a multiple usage. If, for example, I can, let me do a node reference. I can work here with proxy geometries, with my low res version of the geometries, and after that, in the end, I can copy the sorry, the final geometry. And what if we want to use only one of them, or two or three or whatever, I can, after that, I can just use the blast node to delete the undesired geometry. Let's see that we want only those two rubber toys. I'm going to enable to inverse the selection with this option with the delete non-selected. And I need to do again the match size nodes. And now I will have, I forgot, MOPs noise modifier. Let's do it again very quickly, just to show you that this is a very quickly thing to do. What else? Okay, the frequency. Yeah, here we have our noise, our rubber toys floating into the space. Okay. Okay, do you have any question for now before go to the second break and start the last section of the streaming? Let me know in the chat. Well, looks like there is no question for now. Thanks for your words, guys. Thinking, okay, yeah, I look at you. Yeah. Nice. Okay, well, glad to see that you are liking what we are seeing here. Let's do the second break. Maybe, yes, again from other 10 minutes. Again, like Hugo Guerra said, take this time to stretch your legs, walk a bit, drink water, all of that stuff that we usually should do. Be right back, guys. Hey everybody, I am back. I am feeling a bit better because I I took a lot of water and prepared another cup of tea and took the opportunity to feed my dog. So how are you? So what do you think until now? Are you liking the content? The most important, are you understanding everything? Again, please let me know if you have any question. I saw that we already have the 2 hours. But yeah, maybe we can extend the live to 1 more hour. I was prepared for it for it. But yes, as I said, we are almost done with the C4D section. I also, as you saw, I took the opportunity to share other extra information in between. Okay, what are you saying? Okay. Glad to know that that we are fine. That's the most important thing. That's why we are here. But yes, sorry, obviously, for the delay. I forgot to mention that. I know that I said that this should take 2 hours, but yes, I will continue for 1 more hour to finish the section and just to give you more examples and exercises and show you how to use a few more notes. Also, I want to show you very quickly some other things with MOPs Plus. What else? Okay, looks like you have more questions. You can see my dog on my back. she's happy now because she sorry, because she already ate. Okay, let's continue this thing. Let me change the screen. Where is the OBS? Okay. I know that I have in mind to tell you one extra information about the last thing that I was talking, but I can't remember. I am waiting because my dog is preparing her bed to sleep. You can see it here. But when she makes that, she make a lot of noise. But she's ready, so we are two. Okay, let's continue this. I only need to show you how to use the same data that the MOPs or the geometry, the package geometry that you have to use it in for do other things. Okay. And after that, we are going to close this section with the selections, talking about selections, and that should be very quickly. Someone, Eduardo, is asking about the difference between the trails, the original trails, Houdini node, and the MOPs trails. To answer that, I need to ask you first if you are talking about this node, the trail, the trail node, because this node have a different usage, and also yes, there is the MOPs trails that have other usage. But just please confirm first if you are talking about this node to explain it a bit. The other thing is that the YouTube live stream have around 30 seconds of delay, so I am waiting if you answer the question. Okay, yes, yes, you already confirmed that is this node. This the trail node is usually used to to explain this better. I will need to make a little animation. Let's make a transform node, something pretty basic, and I'm going to in Houdini. In case you don't know it, you can put expressions directly here on the fields, on the parameter fields. Let me. So with this little expression, I am using the frame value. That's why I use it a double F, and reducing the value by 10, okay, like this, just to avoid the geometry will will go out too quickly. Okay, if now I'm going to connect it into the MOPs trails. Sorry, into the trail node. If I run it by default, I can't remember. Yes, you can see it a bit here. It will create like this icon. It will create the previous state copy of the animated geometry. If I increase here the trail length and the trail increment, yes, I can see what is happening, the previous instances of my animated geometry. If I, for example, also increase the animate the rotation, You can see it here. It's pretty similar to the onion skinning style that you can see in other applications. Onion skinning. Yes, for these kind of things. Yeah, this one. In the other hand, the MOPs trails is to create trails from the animation. It's a bit similar to the, I think the X particle have a node also called like that. It will create the motion trail of your of your animated geometry. Now, because we don't have this is not a packet geometry, it is creating the trail from each point. So that's why we have a lot of points messing around here. If, for example, I will talk a bit more about this later, but if I want to pack this geometry to convert the pighead into a packet geometry, I can use the MOPs convert node. This node will pack the connected geometry using a few rules, but just to have it on the packet environment. Now, if I press the middle click, I can see that I have only one point. And that's because the default parameter from the packet for the MOPs convert, it will pack the geometry based on the connected geometry or the 3D islands that the geometry will have. For example, if I connect the rubber toy, the rubber toy have multiple elements. Those sections here are individuals, are not connected to the geometry. So if I connect it to the MOPs convert, enable the middle click, I can see that I have 10 points, and that's because I have, like I said, one packet geometry per connected geometry. That's something very useful and very important to understand. And now, if I, for example, I install my noise modifier from here, now my pieces will be animated individually. I can, for example, increase the rotation amount to have a more dramatic effect on the rotation. And yeah, maybe also in the animation. And now connect that animated geometry into the MOPs trail. I will need to press, if you notice it, now the blue bar that I had at the bottom part of Houdini disappeared and converted into this orange bar. And that's because internally on the MOPs trail, this is happening a simulation. And now I lose the cached simulation. If I want to have the entire timeline in the cache, I will need to increase the cached memory to, for example, 19. Obviously, this value will depend on the RAM that you have on your machine. And now I just need to press the reset simulation. I'm going to enable the template visibility here from the previous node and disable the points. And now I have the trails for my animated geometry. Okay, so I hope that you understand now I forgot something really important from the trail node. I usually, this is a very specific usage of the trail node, but for this node, the trail is not used for compute the velocity deformation of the points. If I change the result type from the preserve original, I can enable the compute velocity. Now, where is it? Okay. Now, as you can see here, nothing is happening. Everything is still the same. And if I press the middle click, I can see that now I have one attribute called V. that I don't have it before. And that's the computed velocity from each point. If I press the click on the letter of the attribute, I can Houdini will create automatically a visualizer on the viewport to to see or to understand how how looks or no, how can I say? No, because not every attribute will be displayed correctly. That's why I'm thinking how to say this better. It will create a reference to guide you to understand how the attribute is working. Okay, so because if I create this visualizer, I can see these lines, these yellow lines. This is indicating me the direction of the velocity. Okay, I can manipulate the visualizer here on the button icon and press on the pencil icon to edit the visualization option. So that's why I reduced the length of the lines to understand a bit better how the velocity is happening. And well, this is used for simulations and other things. Okay, now I'm ready. I hope that you have a better idea the difference between both nodes. Let's continue. I was talking about the example of the use the sorry. About the example to use the clones objects to guide some data over a geometry. I'm going to delete everything here. I'm going to use an sphere. Sorry. Let's create a MOPs instance again. And now I'm going to use yes, a radial distribution. I'm going to increase my radius and I'm going to create a grid. I'm going to enable the template preview to see more or less the bounding size of my scene. I'm going to still increase the radius a bit and add more resolution to my grid. If you, for example, drag one parameter to another, you can link both parameters. For example, I'm going to link the row parameters to the columns. So I can drag it and Houdini will ask about what do you want to do. And I want to make a relative channel reference. So this is a pretty quick method to link something between nodes. So now I'm increasing the resolution, maybe something like a 150. I'm going to reduce the amount of a sphere to 3. And I'm going to put my sphere at the floor. For that, I'm going to use again the match size. And on the justify y parameter, I'm going to change it to min. So I'm going I'm going to move my sphere to the floor position of the scene. You're going to see why in a bit. Now I want to transform it using a transform modifier because I want to rotate the spheres like on this direction, circular direction, all of them. I enable the transform modifier, and as you can see, if I obviously rotate on each axis, I'm not going to see too much because sorry, this will happen. The addition of the position, rotation, and scale will happen right now on the local axis of the geometry. So what if we want to change it to change the position of the axis of the geometry to the world origin, to here, because I will need to rotate from here using this axis, right? I can, for example, honestly I don't understand why sometimes or in which scenarios this option will change. Sometimes it happened to me. I don't know if Henry is still on the live. But you can see that we have here this button called local space, and that will define, I don't know, something is wrong with my Houdini because it doesn't want to appear the pop-up. Let me save this scene pretty quickly. And let rotation grid. That's it. This is from the this is a little tool called project selector. This is from the audit tools library, in case that you are wondering. Okay, now let me open Houdini again. Cheers, Alberto. I'm reading your message. I'm glad that you understood the other example, Eduardo. Okay, we are here right now. Again, let's open again my project selector. Okay, and open the. So if I put my mouse over the option, I can see that this parameter is for apply the transformations on the local axis or the local space. Okay. And if the flag is disabled, the objects will transform in world space. So I can disable it. And this is still not working. As I mentioned before, sometimes works for me, sometimes not. I didn't put the time to entirely understand the option. But the solution for that is to move the pivot point that we have in our clone. This is a little difference compared to C4D because as far as I know, at least with the common mograph tools, you can't edit the pivot point of your clones. I don't know, but I think that you can do it with the scene nodes, but I'm not sure. Probably some of you know the answer of that. For edit the point, I can use the MOPs pivot. And the option that we are looking for here is called center pivot. Does what you expect. Will center the pivot on the center of your geometry. I'm going to enable this point to see the position of the point will define where the pivot is. Okay, so obviously if I have the center pivot enabled, I'm changing the pivot position from the bottom part of the sphere to the middle. You're going to see that this is really powerful. But for this example, I'm going to change it to the world position. And now the 3 points from my geometry, the pivot point, the points that represent the pivot, it's at the origin. And now if I try to rotate my geometry, will react as I want. Okay, so we're ready with it. Now I'm going to put again my little expression to enable to automatically rotate my geometry. Maybe multiply by 2 to have a bit quicker animation. Okay, now I have my grid. What if I want to edit my grid using my points, right? I can use the MOPs object falloff. Let me reorganize this a bit. I can connect my other geometry into the object falloff. And you can see that I have my previews here. But if I enable the preview falloff, I have this falloff value of mask based on the on the volume incidence of the geometry. You can see here we have multiple modes to read to define how we can create the falloff using the second input geometry. If I put the outside, it won't work. Surface distance, the volume sample, but I think that this one won't work because I'm using a packet geometry and the point cloud mode. I'm going to still using the the inside mode. And if I move my timeline, I can see that everything is working pretty fine. But what if I want to? Well, actually now I am using the data from my instances to create something on a non-packet geometry like this grid, because this grid is unpacked. Now let's do other thing. Let's go to another level. I can use the MOPs trigger falloff. This is other node from the MOPs Plus toolkit to create like a decay animation for the falloff. I'm going to enable the preview falloff and have here my my animation. Okay. Now, for example, I can use one attribute blur to blur a bit these jagged edges. I'm going to blur with the attribute MOPs falloff. I'm going to create a new MOPs preview falloff to see the new version of the blurred node. And sorry. What can we do now with this? We can edit the grid directly. For example, we can distort it. For that, I can use a mountain, now call it the attribute noise. I can enable this to add a bit of distortion on the mountain. Let me reduce the roughness and increase the distortion. And now for use the attribute, I can enable the blend option and change the constant mode to use an attribute. And I'm going to use, sometimes, I don't know why, but Houdini won't show your entire attributes, your entire available attributes list. You can set the attribute directly by hand. And I can create a merge. No, well, no, actually I don't need it. I can just create the, just put the template flag on the spheres. What if, for example, I want to affect the grid on the inverse way? I want to have the distortion noise on the not trail sections. I can use MOPs remap falloff for that. And just invert the curve here from this node on the remap falloff. Obviously, well, this node does what you expect. You can do a remap data of it. And for example, I can enable the animated noise. Yeah, that's it. I can have my trigger, my trigger animation. Okay. I'm not going to show you this version in Cinema 4D because it will be basically the same thing. I'm going to show you very quickly, but I'm not going to create the same example. But for example, and create an example. I can create a plane object, maybe from this size. And for here, we're going to start to see an important difference between both applications. Obviously, because Houdini is totally procedural, everything will keep procedural. But for for use the fields on one geometry, it can't be a parametric. It should be a polygon object or other type of object that supports vertex tags or selection tags, etc., etc. There is ways to handle that kind of data. You can, for example, I can use directly some deformers that support directly fields, but for now I'm going to use it like this. I'm going to enable now my set vertex weight. I need to be on the polygon mode. And by 0, now I have my vertex animation. This should be, let's say, in quotes, or MOPs fall off. And I'm going to enable the use fields check, delete the freeze object, and drag the cloner on it. Cinema will ask about how interpret the data. So it should be like a point object, if my memory is right. No, it should be a mograph object, I think. Well, I'm doing something wrong here because it should work with some with it. But yes, it will be the same thing. I am tired now. Okay, let's delete this example. And now let's continue to the selection section. Do you have any question for now? Let me know. What do you think about it? If you want to add some additional information, I'm reading the chat right now. I'm glad that you liked the tip, Veronica. Yes. Another thing, I have a few messages here without read. Okay. Okay. Well, things looks like we can continue. The selections. This is very quickly actually, because I already made it a few times. In Cinema 4D is a bit different. I think that here is one example of what you can do more quicker in Houdini than C4D. Let's make again our I don't know which geometry we can use now. There is a boost, if I remember correctly. Yes, this one, the template head. Okay. Let's do again the MOPs instancer. We have it. And change the fixed size to fixed number, and we have it like this. And let's go to Cinema. And let me change the color of this. Remove the wireframe and disable the index. Okay. I organized this section in two points. One point, call it like a flat selections, more focused into static selection groups, and a second one, call it dynamic selections, more focused on that dynamic, select dynamically a few things. So let's go here, and for example, let's create again one plane. Okay, and yes, this will work for now. What if we want to say that this plane should work only on, I don't know, the only first 3 peak heads? Every effector object in Cinema 4D will have this field called selection, but to feed it, we will need to make a selection. And the method to create the selection for the cloner or the mograph selection will be here, and the mograph. and mograph selection. And Cinema 4D will give us this brush to make the selection manually. And here we have our selection. I can enable the display indices to say to see the which objects are selected, and I just need to drag the mograph selection tag into the field to use it. In Houdini, I think that's more quicker. Nah, I don't like it the best. I'm going to use the picket. Let me increase the size. Let's say that I'm going to make the same thing, the transform modifier, and add more position to it. And as you already saw, I just need to work with the group field like other tools in Houdini and make my selection. And I don't need to define first the group, and after that use the group. Like in C4D, I can make the selection directly. Depending on what you are doing, it will be a nice idea to create the group before. And for that, we can use the group node, the commonly group node for Houdini. I can make my selection. And let's say that this node, this group will be called big heads or heroes. Let me do it manually here. And now I just need to load my group here. And that's it. Okay. And what I'm calling dynamic selection, basically the usage of fields or falloffs and attributes to create a group. In this case, in Cinema 4D, I can, let me add a bit more of clones. Maybe reduce the size. Okay. The first thing will be like a group should be an integer. That will mean that it should be like a 0 or 1. They middle values are not allowed because you can't have a middle geometry in a group. And I can enable the use fields. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to clear my old selection, and I can create the field here, my linear field, to create the group. I'm going to move it out from the cloner, and you can see if the selection value is greater than probably 0.5, it will be considered to the selection because it's right on the middle here from the linear field. In the case of Cinema 4D, I think that this is usually I don't know, in my days in Cinema, I didn't use the selection tags too much because, for example, I can use the same thing here by contrasting a lot the field. Why is not working? Let me do it again. Okay, I just, if I want to make the integer selection, I only need to forgot to contrast the the value data from the clones. Okay, but what if I want to do something very similar here in Houdini? We have a built-in method that is very, very practical, but also we can recreate the same thing that it was happening on C4D. But on the group field, we can also put a little expression. But before that, we need to create our shape falloff. We have something similar to Cinema. Let me rotate it. Okay, this one. And I can say here directly on the field, maybe this is for maybe for some people this can be a little complicated, but don't be afraid. It's something very, very simple. Is to make the rule directly here on the group node. So I will need to call the attribute. So I will start with the at symbol and write the attribute MOPs fall off. Okay, and if my MOPs fall off is greater than 0.5, now I have the same result. Actually, I don't know why this one have a middle result. But yeah, that's it. Let me. But what if we want to make the selection in quote the group like in C4D? We can use the group expression node to do the same thing. I can create a primitive group, call it heroes, and create the expression, the same expression MOPs off is greater than 0.5. And on the transform modifier, I will need to load the group, but it should be a point group because I have the falloff in points, okay, and not on my primitives. So I can change my, I can see now the selection here, the greener ones. And yeah, it is working now, actually. And I forgot to change here to points. If I disable the group expression, it won't work. And that's it, guys. I hope that you understand this section very well. Again, I don't know if you have more answer questions about it. Let me change to the camera. Okay. I don't know if you have any question about what we saw, about if you want to see another translation. I want to do a little, very quickly break for 5 minutes to show you the last section, but I show you a lot of things that from the last part already. So yeah, I don't know. Let me know. Let me know what do you think to start grabbing this live. If you if you don't have more questions, the last session will be to show you a few more notes about MOPs. But I don't think that that we will have the time to show you like a more commercial examples that we created. But I think that I already mentioned it, but I know that it took a lot of time to explain the first section, but that's the most important one. You will need to understand how what is a packet geometry, how to manage it, what you can do with it, because you can do a lot of things with it more easily rather than with a common geometry or common packet geometry. For example, sometimes I do like a temporal packing to do something more quickly with the MOPs tools, and after that I unpack my geometry because it's something that I need unpacked. So those are the kind of tips that you can start to see after you start to use MOPs and that. Again, you can use other Houdini factory tools to manage packet geometry or non-packet geometry, and the vice versa. You can use MOPs tools to manage non-packet geometry, like I did with the grid before. Okay, let's do our last break. This one will be for 5 minutes to don't waste more of your time. Yeah, let's think if you have something in mind, if you want to ask, I will be more than happy to help. If you have the question tomorrow or in 1 week, remember that you can get inside the MOPs Discord and interact with other MOPs users. Yeah, that's it. So be right back. Be right back, guys. Let's speak in 5 minutes. Remember to stretch your legs. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. We are here on the last section of the live stream. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being here. I really appreciate. Apologize again for my flu. I expect that it is flu and not COVID or other thing, but yes. I hope that you are understanding a lot of MOPs, that you can start to use MOPs and the stuff that we are looking today to create something. I really hope that you can participate on the MOPs Summer Contest also. Let me know, please, if you have any other question to start to grab in the live. Cheers to Vic. Glad that you are here, man. I know that I owe you the Martini content also. Okay, let me read. What did you say? Carlos, how would you go? And have the same instances stay hidden by moving along curve. Okay, for what are you asking, if I'm understanding right, remember that you can have your same data stream for multiple states. Henry's still here. Yes, that's the same answer that I am going to tell you, that you can blast your instances on every point of your stream, and in theory that won't affect anything for your render engine, because sometimes Redshift can get a bit stupid. Well, not stupid, but maybe it's complex to handle or to understand what is happening inside of the packet primitives. And if you have a mess with the IDs and your packet geometries, with the motion blur enabled, Redshift can start to confuse what is happening. But yes, you can simply blast your geometry whatever you want. Again. Okay, let me share my screen again. Okay, well, regarding that question about the W attribute, that will be a nice question for Henry, because I know that attribute is more used for for RPD simulation where I don't have too many experience, but I don't know how actually how you can use that attribute. But no, the MOPs nodes won't create either the V attribute or other attribute. You will need to, or you can't use what is happening with MOPs to create those attributes. Okay, thanks, Harry. Man, I am almost without a throat. Okay. Okay, let me share again my screen. Now I think that I can close this link also. And let's understand what we have until now. I have a lot more example to you, maybe for other moment. Okay. So far until now we hope understand what is a packet geometry, what we can use, how we can use the packet geometry. Well, probably some of you trust on my word that manage packet geometry for orientation and other things with the factory tools can be very cumbersome, and that's why we use MOPs. I always also recommend to do your own research and see actually how these kind of things works on the with the original methods, and after that we are going to use MOPs definitely. What else? After that we saw some comparison between how Cinema 4D handles the same packet geometry data, the position, scale, and rotation, basically. And how we can do briefly the same things on in Houdini with a few changes in sometimes. And at the same time, we saw a few nodes, a few MOPs nodes that where you can use for multiple things. Obviously the MOPs generator, the instancer, is one of the most used. We saw a bit of the MOPs convert, and also let me go here. Sorry, we saw the MOPs convert. We already saw a few of the MOPs fall-off nodes. Also, we saw about the modifiers. We saw the transform modifier, the randomize, the noise modifier also. And regarding the tools node, we saw the preview fall-off and the apply attributes. Okay, and also the MOPs index. I didn't have planned to show you that node, but we also saw something with it. And as an extra thing, we also used two nodes of the MOPs Plus, I think, the MOPs waveform and also the MOPs trigger falloff. So now I have this little heap file. No, well, actually, just to close formally, in quotes, the C4D section, but just reading here the text, now we can understand that the mograph cloner will be translated as MOPs instancer. The fracture object can be translated. Let me change this thing here. The fracture object can be translated to the MOPs convert. I think that the MOPs convert will be more powerful than you compare it to the usage of the fracture object, because the MOPs convert have more options to define the rules of the packing process. Let me MOPs convert. Basically, you can use a predefined the connectivity attribute like we use it, or a custom attribute. So that will mean that you can use whatever attribute you want to in integer, by the way, to create your packet fragments. That can be something for other day, but just to mention it. And one of the nodes that I'm going to show you now is that the polyfx node can be translated to the MOPs explode. If we see it in levels, we can think that the MOPs instancer will can handle entire geometries or entire groups of geometries to do something. The MOPs convert can handle or can pack the multiple parts or of the same geometry or the multiple parts. And the MOPs explode will pack the polygon faces of the geometry to manipulate or to do stuff per polygon level. Now let me open that heap file to show you that. That should be MOPs tools, our last heap for today. Okay, I have here the same categories. I have in the orange section the same thing that I mentioned. I have here the MOPs generator generators. I have the instancer, the MOPs convert, and the MOPs explode. Here I have what, in my opinion, is the most or the falloffs nodes that I use most. Not necessarily the most used falloffs, because obviously that will depend on each artist. Here I have, based on the same thing, the modifiers that I use most and a few tools category nodes. Okay, I have here this switch just to show you what will happen on each case. I have, let me disable the UVs. I have the cube, the pig head, and the rubber toy. I think that we already understand a lot how the MOPs instancer work. I will leave you to play with it to see which other option it have. But if I change the switch here, I think I see that the result will be the same, but only changing the instances or that the MOPs instances are copying. Now with the MOPs convert, again I am using the connectivity rule to pack the geometry sections or the geometry pieces. In the case of the cube, I don't have multiple pieces. I only have one cube, one connected geometry forming a cube. Okay. If I change it to the pig head, I will have again only one geometry. If I enable the press the middle button, you can see here I still have one packet fragments, or it's the same thing to one point. And if I change to the rubber toy, I will have more geometries. I will have 10 packet fragments that will be the same to 10 points. Okay, because here the the rubber toy geometry have multiple connected geometries. Not these sections, these spikes are not connected to the same geometry to the body. For example, if I want to check very quickly which objects are connected, I can use the explode view node to split my connected, or in this case, my packet geometries. So in this case, I can see which are my independent geometry or my unconnected island. There are multiple concepts. You can choose the definition that you want. Now on the last level, on this last tool, let me disable this. The MOPs explode. This is the one that I mentioned that is for pack the geometry per faces or per polygon faces or per primitives in the case of Houdini, because Houdini have the name primitives for the polygon faces. I don't know why. For now, I can see there is nothing's changed. If I enable my points, I can see that I have points on each face, on the center of each face. If I enable the middle mouse information, I can see that I have 6 packet fragments, and there is a pretty nice button here to visualize the pieces. So with this, I can see each one of my packet primitive faces or polygons. I'm going to say polygons. I can change the seed, the visualization seed. And if I change the source geometry and disable the point, I can see the same thing. And the same thing for the rubber toy that have multiple connected geometries. And as you can expect, from here, everything will react on the same way. If you are going to start to use the modifiers, the transform modifier or whatever, everything will work on the same way for the multiple type of the packet geometries. And that's the thing, though. Basically, all the packet geometries are the same. They are not like a different type of packet geometry. Actually, if for example I have here my let's look at my transform modifier and connect it directly to the MOPs instance, we already know that and enable the display flag. I will change my my Y position from my geometries, right? But if I move it to the MOPs convert node, it will do the same thing on every connected, every packet fragment that in this case is the packet geometry or the connected geometry, sorry. And in the case for the MOPs explode, will happen the same thing. But why in this case we have this? Is because in the case for the MOPs explode, it automatically converts and creates the orientation value based on the normal of the polygon. So that's why if let me disable this for a second. If I animate this very slowly, I can see that everything will work in one direction based on the normal of the geometry. But the correct parameter will be, sorry, the C value, because the C value is the one that is defining the direction of the face. So I can create like this explosion effect, very similar to the example that Heinrich made on the Houdini Hive presentation 2 years ago. Okay, so that's the thing. Every MOPs generator or every packet geometry will behave on the same way with every tool. And basically, we can understand that the MOPs is a modular toolkit because we will operate sorry, we always be operating on the same type of things. Let's say like that. Okay, let's take a look very quickly to other fall-off types. Here we have a spline fall-off. This is, as you can expect, if we make a curve, maybe something like this, and connect the curve to my spline fall-off input, and disable the shader visibility of the rubber guy, I will have a fall-off based on the curve. Some of these nodes have a sub option on parameters to customize whatever you want in another level. For example, I have here to change the mode from distance to spline to distance times curve position. Sorry. I usually use the default one, the display distance to spline. Again, remember, you can take a look into the MOPs wiki if you want to read a more specific information about the fall-offs or every MOPs node. The plain fall-off, it's basically that. It's a plain fall-off to create values between 0 or 1 or whatever range you want. This is, I usually do this to make like a mix, or blend states between the geometries. For example, let me, okay, you know what? Let's imagine that we have here our transform modifier with the explode fall-off. I'm going now to create a MOPs plane right here. And now I'm going to use this. This is one of the most powerful nodes that MOPs have, the apply attributes. Because I already show you, but it's to blend states, and I can use the fall-off to define the amount of the blending. Something weird is happening because it's changing the orientation. I think that shouldn't happen. But okay, I can change the fall-off value, and let's say that we can animate this to make the transition between both. Okay, which other fall-off? Well, the shape fall-off, we already saw it. I have here a lot of shapes available. I have the cylinder, the radial wipe, multiple things, and you always will have the viewport guide to see what are you doing. The noise fall-off is other one that I use a lot. It does what you expect. I enable the preview. It will create a noise fall-off. Sometimes you will need to remap the noise fall-off based on which noise type are you using. Something very, very, very good that MOPs have is that you can have this parameter to animate your noise, but also to enable the looping noise. So you can always have the loop of your noise, basically, in case that you need to make a looping video, obviously. We already saw the object fall-off is pretty straightforward. The remap fall-off, also the fall-off from attribute. The spread fall-off is other one very cool. Let me connect it to the explode geometry. Let me do one selection. Let's say that I'm going to select this part. Maybe, as you can imagine, here is something important to mention. In the case for the MOPs explode and sometimes for the MOPs convert, if you enable the preview fall-off, you won't see the preview, basically. Nothing will happen. I don't remember right now the correct reason of that, but for those cases, you will need to enable the display as a sprite, and also sometimes change the value of the sprite scale. So let's say in this time, like a 0.5, to have a reference for a more basic reference for the for your packet fragment. I make my selection, and in theory, I can start to spread my fall-off value. In difference to C4D, the C4D, the growth effect field is a simulated effect. In this case, this is not a simulated, so you can animate whatever you want for the spread. And there are also some solutions to make it simulated, but not with MOPs. You can do it with other techniques that you can find on internet. Okay, let's do something quicker before to start to show you the other modifiers. I'm going, okay, I have my spread fall off. Let's do a really quick animation with Alt and click. I can set one keyframe, and let's see that I'm going to make it like this. And I want, okay, here, this plane fall off. I'm going to have this fall off. And on this plane fall off, I'm going to animate the value from 0 to 1 on the frame 48. Okay, thanks, Henry. Henry said, explaining that the reason of the fall off preview doesn't work on embedded geometry is because the viewport can display point color on packet fragments. So here you go. Do you have your reason? Okay, I have my plane fall off and I have my spread. So now, in theory, I can use my MOPs combine fall off to combine both. And I will say that the blending mode will be multiplied. So my spread fall off will be multiplied by the plane. So in theory, it will appear slowly until until frame 48. I will enable again the preview fall off, again the display as sprites, and I use the value. Well, okay. And why I can't see it? I have multiply. Let me check again this. Let me check this fall off. Okay. I never I never set the other keyframe. Okay, this fall off value will be 1 on the frame. I deleted the keyframe. Again, with Alt and click, you can set the keyframe directly here. With Shift and click, you can open your timeline directly and do whatever you want for your course. Okay. Now this should work. I need to disable the preview fall off on the node before. And now you can see that the plane fall off is multiplying the MOP spread fall off. And what if, for example, I grab one MOPs remap, no, the remap node, and I'm going to invert the curve. Okay, I need, if I want to see the values, I will need to enable the preview fall off here and do the same operation. Okay, everything will be white. No, I am wrong. It's for the fact that I have in mind, it's okay to be like this. But now I'm going to connect it to the transform modifier. That will means that all the pieces will start to move with my fall off. And now, what will happen? Let's start to see the modifiers. What will happen if I connect this thing to the MOPs spring? No, you know what? Before that, to the MOPs delay. I have this animation, but I want to delay some parts of it just to add another layer of randomness. But before that, I should create or use, let me find my notes here, a noise fall off. Sorry. Okay, I have my noise fall off, and just for now, just for reference, I'm going to freeze my animation with this node called time shift and remove the expression from the from the frame. Enable again the preview. That is not working again. Why? Interesting. I think that the time is against me right now. Okay, now it's working. Probably I forgot to enable the sprites. Okay, I have the noise. I'm going to use this noise maybe without the time variant, either with the loop. Delete the time shift because I just want to see the noise pattern without this animation. And now I'm going to connect it to the MOPs delay. By default, let me disable the preview file off. By default, the MOPs delay will add a delay of the half of a second using or driven by the MOPs file off. So, and this node will use a simulation. As you can see it here, this will take a bit of time to calculate. We have a more random distribution of the polygons at the moment that they are going to start to move. Maybe reduce the amount of polygon to move it more quicker. Poly reduce. Let's try with the new. What's the name? The fast remesh. Sorry. Well, maybe this is a very ugly. Okay, I have now 2K of polygons from 12K. This should be run more quicker. You know what? But I don't like it. Let's continue it with the. But there is something weird. I don't know why. Maybe I will talk with Henry later, but something is missing the orientation. The delay is changing the orientation in the moments where it shouldn't. Where it shouldn't. Correct rotations. Nope. Okay, well, let's imagine that the orientation are right. Also, you know what? Maybe this is a nice moment to transfer only the rotation from the original without disabling the without the MOPs file off, or it's the same thing that disabling the do file off option and just enable here the do rotate. Okay, well, never mind. Something weird is happening with this node, but okay, we have the delay. And now I want to add a spring effect also to have a like a bouncy effect when the pieces are moving. Let me put it on full screen. And you can see that here I have the bouncing behavior of the polygons. And let's see it again. And something nice that Houdini have is that you can make cache in whatever point you want of your of your scene. I prefer to use the labs file cache. But maybe 90 frames. MOPs explode example delay ring. The cache will have the same name that I put it here on the node, and the the $sign with the heap will mean that it will be saved on the same location that I have in my heap file. Yeah, after that, just do the cache. As you can see, it's very quickly, at least. And the cache is saved as a .bgo format, BGOSC. That's a format for Houdini. And now I can move it more quickly with my geometry. Okay, so that's the effect. Just to close this thing, we already saw the MOPs randomize, the noise modifier, the the MOPs align pivot. We saw it very quickly also. The only one that I'm going to show you now is the MOPs move along a spline with this MOPs convert, but using the picket. And I'm going to copy the moves the move along a spline, and I'm going to use the same curve that I did before. And because it's a Bezier curve instead of a polygon curve, I can convert it into polygon using the convert node. And if you mess the orientation like this, you can always have you can always do the fix the orientation before. I know, sorry, after. Okay. And here, let me enable the temple visualization of it. You can have the expected parameters of the move along spline. On the animate, on the first tab, you will have multiple options to define how to attach the geometry to the spline. And on the animate section, you can animate how this will be moved. If you want to use the start and end, I think that it will be, I forgot it. Okay, here with a snap mob center to curve start. You can use that parameter, and you can now you have this. If you want to avoid the the popping position, you can disable the grab check and just enable this. Okay, so regarding the other tools node, we already saw almost all of them. We already know about the MOPs preview falloff and the apply attributes. The orient curve and the strat attribute maybe will be for another day. The strat attribute, I think that I have a pretty quick example of it. If not, we will see it in another day. Give me 1 second. I think it's this one. Or this one. Transfer PSR data between instances. No, it's not this one. Let's see the other. Okay. No, this is for other day. Let's use this one. Let me delete all of this. Okay, so as Henry said, as you can see here, the orientation back with the default copy to points will be grown. Also, I can, for example, use attribute randomize to create by hand with the original method or the factory method randomize the orientation. I'm not going to explain too much of this, but it's just to explain the extract attributes. Okay, I'm reading what Henry are saying about the grown orientation that I had before with the explode example. Explode from aligning correctly because okay. Well, actually, that was a nice example for the MOPs for the extract attributes. Okay. Here we have these geometries, right? And in theory, we don't have the attributes that are defining the orientation of the geometry, the size, etc. And because they are still points, we can still using we can still copying other attributes, other geometries into the same points, like we did before with the MOPs instancer. I'm going to copy this cube or the rubber toy on the extracted geometry or the resulting geometry for the first copy to points. But obviously, as you can see, the orientation doesn't match. And that's because those kind of geometries, this is the little tricky section of packet geometry in Houdini, okay? Because those geometry are called, those attributes right now are like are not like a common attributes, are like a intrinsic attributes. In one line, let's say that those attributes are hidden for packet geometry. You can read more about it on the the MOPs wiki. Let me show you very quick where. Here on the apply and extract transform section. Here with the same example actually. So if I want to extract those hidden or intrinsic attributes, I just need to create an extract attributes node to reveal the attributes that are hidden. Now you can see here that I have again my orient attribute, my pivot, p-scale, scale, my normal and up attribute that are needed to to properly work with the packet geometry. If I switch between both, you can see that they are on the same orientation. If I disable, it's not working the orientation anymore. And let's see if we can do what Henry said very quickly on the MOPs delay. Let's disable the curve now. MOPs extract attributes. Let me check the chat again. Okay, yeah, with the extract MOPs orient also. Let me read it again. It's because explode the fragment, use MOPs orient per transform. You just need to use extract attribute. Yes. So maybe this should happen before. I don't know, guys. I'm going to leave it like this for now. I'm a bit tired. And I think that you too, because we already have like a almost 4 hours of streaming, so obviously it's a lot. um, okay. Well, I forgot to talk about the MOPs Plus nodes. Let me open a clean Houdini file to show you extremely quickly to grab the live. Let's wait for Houdini. Okay. Here I also added the nodes, the MOPs Plus node that I use it most. One of the most useful one is the MOPs typography. This is for what you expect to do a nice geometry for typography elements. You have multiple parameters. Also, you can check the MOPs YouTube channel because Henry have a multiple. I don't know why the live have that thumbnail. Henry made a few tutorials about the MOPs Plus nodes, so you can see with huge detail what each node does. MOPs, well, yes, MOPs installation. And here you can see the videos. For example, there is one for the MOPs typography, the apply attributes DOP, and one powerful thing that the MOPs Plus have is that you can do a lot of the same MOPs operation, but in DOPs. That will mean that or dynamically it affects multiple things for simulations and a lot of things. This is the price right now, at least for the time of the live, for the licenses for MOPs Plus. What else? What else? Well, other really important thing is that you have in both in MOPs, in regular MOPs and MOPs Plus, you will have not here. Sorry. You will have an example folder with a lot of examples, with a lot of description about how to do multiple things, about how each node will work. MOPs Plus have a huge database for example, so you definitely need to check all the examples to learn more. I'm going to make a little review of. I really like this node from Plus, the MOPs edit. It will allows you to modify the position, rotation, and the scale manually from your packet geometries. It's pretty cool. I think that it's one of the most used nodes, that, at least for me. And also the MOPs edit, the physics edit, do something similar, but with physics. I'm going to enable the ground plane. Let me moving up my text. Maybe just align. No, ground node. Match size again. Okay, and enable the ground plane. can see that I can move physically the geometries. There is more useful, very useful nodes, like for example, if I have like a ground collision, so here I have this collision collision geometry to create very quickly collision proxies for my geometries. Obviously, this is too proxy. I can reduce the triangle size. I start to play with the values. Again, you can find a few videos of them on the on the MOPs YouTube channel if you want to see more of them. Okay, this one is pretty awesome. Okay, what else very quickly? Intersect is other very interesting one, because let's say that I have my, I don't know, a cube with a mob instancer. I have this mess of cubes, and I can use the the intersect to fix the position of to fix the overlaps on the nodes, on the geometries. It's other very useful. What else? No, I think that that's everything for now. I strongly recommend you to check the MOPs YouTube channel, the Henry presentation. Let me change to my camera. Okay. Yes, I strongly recommend to check the MOPs YouTube channel. Get in the Discord server also. Start to play a lot with these things. Maybe it's okay if you just play with cubes and spheres. In the end, that will be the same when you want to make something with, I don't know, product shots or other kind of instances. If you make effects, if you need to make instances for trees or whatever. Again, well, thanks a lot to being here. I really appreciate it. Remember, if you want to support the Henry development of MOPs, you can do it directly through donations on his website or buying the MOPs Plus. If you want to support what I do, you can do it through my Gumroad link that you can find on the link below. Thanks again for being here. Let me know if you have any question. That's everything for today. It was a very extended class with a lot of information. So yeah, let's see you later in another time. Let's see if we can do it again with other methods. I was thinking about like make once per month, like a MOPS session or something like that to share with you more setups for different kind of things, because you can do a lot. Thanks again. Thanks to you also, guys, for being here. So let me find the last animation to put. Well, cheers. Hope you have a great day, night, and week.